Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
नमस्कार सर। प्रधान साहब नमस्कार। ओ बढ़िया हो गया उस दिन का। अरे वो उस दिन का बहुत अच्छा हो गया। वो आया था ना। और वो एमओएस, हाँ एमओएस आया था। जो श्रीपद साहब है ना वो आए। चलिए ठीक। ओके, थैंक यू।
Sir, you may start now, sir. Yes, sir.
So, good evening, everyone, and welcome to today's session. We are going to discuss some of the very important topics of cybersecurity which are interconnected to each other. And first, we will be talking about the data backups in cybersecurity, like what are the best practices for data backups in cybersecurity. After that, we will talk with the ransomware, like what is a ransomware and how it is impacting the industry. What are the best practices to get rid of this ransomware, and what are the different points? And apart from that, we will be also covering some of the points related to the malware analysis. Okay. So in this way, we are going to start our session today. So if I am audible and my screen is visible, just give me a thumbs up. So whenever we talk about data, okay, so whenever we talk about data, the most important part, I would say, like it is the heart of any industry, not about the cybersecurity industry or any IT industry, but data is something which is very much crucial for any industry, whether it is a manufacturing, whether it is a chemical, whether it is some related to constructions or power sector. So data is the gold right now. Data is the heart of any. So what are the best practices for keeping the data safe? Is to take the backup. And for taking the backup, what are the important points we need to take care of? Today we are going to discuss that. So we'll be talking like what are the best practices for data backups in cybersecurity, what are the different rules, and what are the different medias we can use for take the backups. Okay, so let me talk with the very first rule, that is a 3-2-1 rule. Okay, just hold for a minute. I have an urgent call. Okay, so the most important thing is 3-2-1 rule. Whenever we talk about backups, this 3-2-1 rules plays a very important role. So what the rule is saying, this widely recommended strategy suggests keeping the 3 copies of your data. Okay, so what it is saying, always keep 3 copies of data on 2 different type of media. Okay, 3 copies in 2 different type of media, and at least 1 copy is stored offsite or in the cloud. And out of this 2 copy, at least 1 copy should be in the offsite, okay, or in the cloud. So in this way, this is a very important area when we will talk about the data backups, the 3-2-1 rule. Okay, so 3 copies should be created for every backup, out of which minimum backups should be on different type of media, and at least 1 backup should be into the offsite. Offsite means if you are having your office in some area E, then the backup should be kept in the area B, because there may be some of the natural hazards, maybe some flood, maybe there's some earthquake, maybe there's some risk of any fire into the building. So in this case, the backups, if you are placing all the 3 hard disks into your office and the entire office got a fire, so all your backups will be destroyed. So this is a very important rule, 3-2-1 rule. So this is the like minimum 1 copy and minimum 2 copy. You can take more copy, that's not an issue. But 3-2-1 rule is a very excellent rule whenever we talk about the critical infrastructure. And this approach minimizes the risk of data loss due to hardware failure or other issues affecting the single storage medium or location. So always keep this thing into our mind whenever we are talking about the data backup. Second point is that regular backups, that you should take the backups regularly. So schedule automatic backups to ensure your data is backed up regularly. Okay, so it is very required that you make your things automate, because whenever you keep the things into the manual mode, there is always a risk that people are not taking care of the things properly, or there is a human error always. Okay, so in this particular area, regular backup is very important, and you can also take like full backups, and there is a second option is incremental backup. Okay, so you can make up schedule. Yeah, just a minute, please. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, can you please confirm now I am audible properly?
Yes, sir, audible
Yes,
now.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So we are just talking about the full backups and incremental backups. Full backup means when you are taking the entire backup of the hard disk, it's called full backup. And incremental backup means what are the changes developed in the amount of time between the previous backup is called the incremental backup. Okay. So usually in the industry we have 2 type of backups. One is a full backup and the another one is a incremental backup. So it is required that you take the incremental backup daily, okay, and full backup in fortnightly or something. So the frequency of backup should depends on the importance of the data and how often it changes. For critical data, you might consider daily or even continuous backups, while less important data may only require monthly or weekly backups. It's all depend on your organization requirements. The second most important part whenever we talk about data backup is about encryption. Okay, so to protect your backup, see, backup is something which when we called is data at rest. Okay, so when the data is at rest, it means your data is lying into some hard disk or into some tape drive or into some CD, DVD, or any type of medium. So the most important part is that whenever your data is at rest, there is a biggest challenge that the integrity of data may be changed. Okay, so as a cybersecurity practitioner, it is very important to understand that the integrity of data should not be changed, because if integrity of data is changed, it means that there is some alteration into the data. So how to ensure that no integrity is being changed is using the encryption. Okay, using the encryption, you convert your data into some of the non-human readable format into the ciphertext, and then that ciphertext, if even if it change, at least the data confidentiality can be retained. So encrypted backups to protect the confidentiality of the data, especially when using offsite or cloud storage. So whenever you are storing your data into the cloud, it is required that you encrypt your data, then only upload your entire data. Although, as per the government guidelines, the data now is not allowed to put into the private clouds. Only government cloud should be used, which is registered under the government Ministry of IT. Otherwise, no data of the people of the governments is allowed to put onto the public cloud. This prevents unauthorized access to the backed up data, even if the storage medium is compromised. So, in case that the storage medium is compromised, still at least your confidentiality.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. What do you mean by this government cloud? Yes, sir, partially. But when you are saying that it should not be kept in OneDrive, so you are talking about the critical data. We are talking about the endpoint data. Hmm. No, sir. As you mentioned, OneDrive. The many of the organization are using Microsoft 365. No, they are also providing OneDrive with that, but that is licensed. It is not free one. But whether the organizations are allowed to do. Okay, sir. Thank you.
So the data should be properly encrypted to improve the confidentiality, and also since the data at rest, so integrity should also be ensured. So in the very initial of the sessions, we have talked a lot about the confidentiality, integrity, and all these sessions. So in this way, we are able to do that. Mr. Johnny, it is not a recorded session. Cyber Sagar, sir, I am not unable to listen answer. Okay. Please put your questions into the chat box. Okay. Okay. So the other part is versioning. Okay. So this is a very important part whenever we talk about security, whenever we talk about backups. Okay. So it is very important to talk about the versioning. So what is versioning means? Okay. So let us suppose today is 30 of August 2024. I have taken a backup of some data. Again on 30 or 1st of September, I have taken a data. So basically, these backups are incremental. So maybe this backup is of 100 KB. So maybe this backup may be of 101 KB. So in this way, the size of the data is continuously increasing. Also, we are keeping the certain data like 6 month previous, 1 month previous, like a 3 month previous. So we have to create the proper versioning. Maybe you can say v.01, v.02, v.03. So in this way, you can put down the versioning. Why this versioning is important? Because if you are putting proper versioning, it will help you to restore the data when exactly it is required. Otherwise, you may face a problem while restoring the data, because if you are not versioning the properly data, if you are not putting the proper version numbers onto the data, then you might face a big issue. So this versioning is a very important part. So maintain multiple versions of your backed up data to allow for recovery from various points in time. This could be particularly useful in cases where data corruption or malware infection has gone unnoticed. So probably we have a data of 1st of April. Okay, and we found during the some of the investigation that on 13th of April my system got some malware infections. So in that case, I must go to my backup, which is of 1st of April. So in this way, this versioning will help me to restore my system to a older point. Okay. Even for the Windows, we have a functionality called as a restore point, and that restore point will be helpful to restoring the system. So there is a question from Mohit: what is government cloud? Mohit, I will try to respond to this question, but right now at the end of the session. Okay, so this versioning is a very important part, and as a security practitioner, especially when you are taking care of the critical infrastructures, these versioning will help you a lot to make your systems redundant and makes your system backups available so that it can be restored whenever it is required. So these are the important points that versioning might be helping you. Then the most important, I would say it is the most important part whenever we talk about backups. Always test your backups. With my personal experience, I'm saying you that thing that people are creating a lot of backups into their hard disk, into their CD drives, into some USB drives or something, but most of the times they have not tried to restore them. Okay, so always perform some backup drills. Okay, backup drills into your organization so that you can restore your backups, because backup restoration is a very important part. Okay, so regularly test your backups and restore processes to ensure that they are functioning correctly and that the data can be successfully recovered when needed. So maybe you have created a lot
Sir,
of backups.
sir, what is the periodicity what is the periodicity to take the backup drill in the normal general sense? Okay, sir. Now, even it is kept in the hard disk. I suppose even okay. Mhm. ठीक, sir. Thank you, sir.
So this help you identify any potential issues before they become critical during an actual recovery scenario. Because I personally face such issues that into the actual recovery scenarios backup didn't work because in the formats that we are taking the backup sometimes are not the perfect format to restore the same from the backup device or something. So testing the backup is a very important part. Always update your backup strategy. This is a very important issue. Always update your backup strategy issues. So because if you are using your backup process of 10 years before, so in 10 years, the data size is exponentially rising. Also, there are a lot of new functionalities, new options are available into your market which can help you out in updating your backups. So, review and update your backup strategy periodically to account for changes in your organization data, infrastructure, or threat landscape. This ensures that your backup strategy remains effective and relevant to your current needs. Okay, so it is like that for every organization, the type of data is absolutely different. And if the data is different, then definitely the strategy to safeguard the data, to take the backups is entirely different. Okay, so every time it is a very important issue that whenever you are taking some backups, you are creating some strategies for your data. So always update your security policies. Also, educating the users is a very important part. Okay, so whenever we talk about backups, this is a very important part, educating users, because as a data center professional, as a DC professional, we can use lot of functionality related to data backup. We can use tape drives, we can use uh, some hard disk or something, but the endpoints, which are also very important part of our entire infrastructure, they also need to be protected. So ensure that employees and users understand the importance of data backups and are aware of their role in maintaining and protecting the backed up data. This includes proper handling of storage media, following the organization's backup policies, and reporting any issues or concern relating to the data backup. So, if you have something called as ISMS policies, Information Security Management System policies, to try to add some backup policy also to it. Because now most of the organizations are going for the ISO 27001, and 27001 is implicitly talking about the backup. Okay, it is asking you to prove your intent that you are taking care of the system backups. So in this way, it is very important to take the backups and to educate the users about such backup strategies.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have a question. Hello, sir. In our scenario, in if we see in our scenario, like the organization like us, where we see there is a huge problem in in this backup is that frequently the hard drives of the PC get at times what happens is it become non-responsive, or at times it crashes entire hard drive. In that scenario, what would be the appropriate suggestion from your end, how to keep those kind of backup when hard drive completely crashes? Sir, you're talking about endpoints? Sir, you're talking about endpoints? No, sir. Data for data center it is okay. I mean, data center we have adequate backup plans and all. But I'm talking about the endpoints. Now the organization are like us, we have 1,200 different centers. I mean, 1,200 different locations. Offices in scattered in 1,200 different locations approximately. And you can mostly one and a office having around 5 to 10 PCs in average. So now maintaining that number of PCs, say around 12,000, 15,000 PCs, and keeping backup of them is really a problematic thing. Oh, okay. And what is the suggestion? I mean how? I mean decentralized way they have to make some FTP backup there, or what do you suggest? Because centrally keeping backup of all those locations will be a very difficult job. So what do you recommend? It should be a decentralized mechanism where there will be some decentralized servers where SF.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir. I got actually, sir. I got disconnected. I mean, I got disconnected and again reconnected. So I couldn't hear your answer. And what about the technology? We can use SFTP. I mean, have a server. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So let's talk about some further part because we have talked about the ransom. We have talked about the data backups. So now it's the time to understand the ransomware. Okay, so ransomware in detail today we are going to discuss, and we are going to see a lot of things related to ransomware, that how it can be helped to safeguard your data. What are the good tips and tricks? I think most of the people have a good knowledge about the ransomware, but still we will start with the definition. So ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts the files or data on the victim's computer or network, rendering them inaccessible. So ransomware is something which is encrypting your data. Okay, so maybe there is a file abc.txt which is lying into your system. So at anyhow some ransomware came and it has converted the file to abc.nas. Since .nas is not a common extension, if you try to open it, it will ask you that the file is not accessible. Select a suitable program to run this file. But actually, you might be under a ransomware infection where the text files or any type of files is converted into the NAS file. The most important file into a ransomware infection is that only the data files usually data files, which may be your desktop publishing files, or some videos, or some MP4s, or JPEG files. So files are targeted which might having a value to you. Okay, so system files are not encrypted into the ransomware attack usually. Okay, because if system files got encrypted, then how you are going to log in into the machine? And if you are not able to log in into the machine, then how you are going to see the message of the attacker to pay the ransom? Okay, so the attacker then demands a ransom payment, typically in cryptocurrency. Why cryptocurrency? So that no audit trails are available for the amount transfer in exchange for the decryption key needed to restore access to the data. If the ransom is not paid within the specific time, the attacker may threaten to delete or permanently encrypt the data, or even leak sensitive information publicly. See why these ransomwares are developed, because copying the high chunk of data from your system to the cloud somewhere the attacker is sitting is a very tough job, because data are in a very large size, and in comparing to it, the particularly uh, network speed is not that much. So what the malware developers has decided, or they have just reduced this particular ransomware, which is a family member of the entire malware family. Okay, so the data is sitting and into your system. The data is not going to anywhere. So basically, whenever we talk about data at rest, so ransomware always impact on the data at rest. It's not going to impact data in transit. What is the attack on the data in transit is MITM attack, that is man in the middle attack, and data at rest might be a victim of the ransomware attack. So this is like a basic difference and different type of attacks for the data at rest and data in transit. These are some of the summary of key risk statistics for common incident patterns. Okay, so these are the type of attacks. Okay, type of attacks maybe, so this is a type of attack: accidental disclosure, defacement, DOS attack, insider misuse. So I think we have talked in some where in the previous sessions also that what are the different type of attacks. The particular ransomware that we are going to see today in the malware analysis session, that is WannaCry ransomware. WannaCry ransomware. I have the sample, original WannaCry ransomware sample today. And if you see the statistics, the ransomware has the second number of frequency, 31.7. For the financial impact that the ransomware is putting is around 37.6%, which is highest among all these type of incidents. And the data integrity and confidentiality is impacted, that is 2.75%. Okay, most of the data that is disclosed is usually because of the accidental disclosure. Okay, if you are not putting the security measurement properly, or if you are accidentally mailed your data to someone, so this might be the reasons for the accidental data transfer. So these are the some key risk statistics for the common incident patterns. This particular graph is a very excellent graph to make you understand that how the ransomware is impacting the entire cybersecurity industry. So this is like monthly count of all cyber loss events and ransomware events. Okay, all cyber loss event means all this. Maybe it's a defacement, maybe it's a DOS attack, maybe it's a scam, fraud, cyber failure, or something. Okay, so for every month in the year 2014, the overall statistics are coming around 750 events in a month. Okay, so if you can see, the number of events are not that much drastically changing, even with the development of this particular time in 2021. You can see the trend is on the declining side. Okay, the trend is on the declining side, but the ransomware trend is on the inclining side. You can see the entire structure is on downfall. After 2022, the entire structure is on downfall. These are the successful attempts. Okay, monthly count successful. Okay, don't take it as an unsuccessful or even tried attempt. These are the successful attempts. So the successful attempt, you can see the graph is going downwards, extremely going downwards, but still the ransomware graph is going upwards. Because nowadays ransomware as a service is available on the dark web. If you are able to access your Tor browsers and if you are able to access the dark web websites, then you are able to see that ransomware is a service is available at just rupees 399 USD. Even the prices are there. You might be surprised if you are visiting the dark web, the prices are there. So you can see that how this ransomware is changing the entire scenario, and these ransomwares are not reducing. Why I put down these graphs specifically in this training? Like this is the first time I am showing this particular graphs to someone. These are the statistics that I am taken during my research in the last few months onto the particular topic of ransomware. You can see in the years 2002 and 22, 23, 24, the graph is rising. The entire cybersecurity is of no use if your system got a ransomware infection, and around 40% of the ransomware infections are coming from the phishing attempts. Maybe it's a phishing email, maybe
Sir,
it's
sir,
a phishing SMS.
sir, who is the owner of the dark web?
Dark web
Okay.
is something which is working on the concept of relay. Okay, so if you remember, we play a game into our previous time where one person is start running in a relay race or something. If you remember, a relay race, one
Mm-hmm.
stick is transferred to one person, one stick is transferred to one person. So in this
Mm-hmm.
particular type, the relays are connected. Means multiple systems are connected into the dark web over the network, which is called as a relay network. So the IP and MAC of this system is only known up to this system. Let us suppose this A, this B, this C. C only know about the previous relay, that is B. B only know about the previous relay, that is A. So in this way, the entire dark web is working. But in the actual internet, if you use the command tracer, you can see all the hops. You can see all the hops into the tracer. That if I'm trying to access google.com, what are the routers that are coming in between? But into the dark web particularly, you are not able to find out that what are the different relays that are coming in between. So this is the basic difference between the dark web and the common internet. Your identity is always hidden into the dark web. And there is a one more interesting point that the previous this previous machine which is lying somewhere in any country which is not having good relations with your country, it means the data of this country will not be shared with this country. And I am make you surprised that there are some countries including Norway which is a permanent relay path to a lot of dark web engines. Why? Because Norway is not sharing any of the IP statistics to the investigation agencies.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir.
So in this way, the entire dark web is working, and due to this dark web, you can see the amount of attack into the ransomware is continuously increasing. So there is also one of the statistics that I prepared, monthly percentage of all security incident categorized as ransomware. Okay. So previously, if you see till 2017, the percentage are very less. After 2022, the amount of the ransomwares are continuously increasing. Okay, out of the total recorded incidents, currently 50% of the incidents are ransomware incidents. So ransomware is now become the world's biggest problem. Whenever we talk about the security incident, whenever we talk about to protect and to ensure the data integrity, data confidentiality of our system, it's very important to take care of the ransomware part. Because if you are not taking care of the ransomware part, then maybe there is a issue that your systems might face with this ransomware. Although today I am not having that PC with me, but I have built my own ransomware for the demonstration purpose. And in the upcoming sessions, I will try to demonstrate you the actual ransomware, that how the ransomware works. Okay. So these are the some statistics related to total number of ransomware events per sector. The highest number of ransomware events per sector is seen in the education industry, than professional industry, and something least in the utilities. This is like annual probability of the firm experiencing a given ransomware attack. So if you can see that as your total valuation of company is increasing, you are more prone to the ransomware attacks. You can see the revenue of their organization capital is increasing. It also increases the total amount of ransomware percentages. So a high revenue company is having a high chance for the ransomware, because the ransomware writers, the ransomware organizations which are sending you these ransomwares always do a social engineering about your company, that whether they are able to give you, that whether you are able to give them ransom or not. Okay, so this is like some statistics that I thought to share with you. So the point is now how to protect against ransomware. So how you are going to protect against ransomware? So these are some of the points. Some 10 points I have deduced for you, and we will be talking one by one again against all these points. That these are the issues that you need to take care of whenever we are talking about the ransomware. So biggest point is that regularly backup data and store it securely. Okay, so this point is very important because some people are copying the data of C into the D, which is actually not acceptable. Because if ransomware is coming into your system, it will be encrypting your entire CDE, all type of drives. Even if you have connected your external hard disk with the system, it will also impact to your external hard disk also. So you can see that regular backup should be there and store it securely. Do not put your C drive backup into your D drive and D drive into your C drive. Usually people do that, but don't do that. Keep softwares and system up to date. Keep your softwares and system up to date, because ransomware is also a type of malware, and it always exploit the vulnerability. Okay, so if your system is vulnerable, it might got exploited, and if it got exploited, the payload of ransomware will be landing into your systems. So it's very important to protect your system against the ransomware. Use strong, unique passwords. Again and again, we are talking about this particular issue. Always use strong and unique passwords, because if you are not using the strong and unique password, there is a chance that your passwords can be compromised. Currently, the guidelines are saying around 12 to 13 character passwords should be used. Enable multi-factor authentication, MFA. MFA is something what you have and what you get. So this is the basic concept of MFA, what you have and what you get. So what you have password. What you get is OTP or some secret code. So always enable multi-factor authentication into your system. Deploy advanced endpoint protection. Okay, so always put some EDR, XDR into your system, so that In case there is some malware infection into the system, then your system may be able to read such malwares and able to resolve it. Limit user privileges and accesses. So always make the concept of least privileges. Okay, so always give the minimum privileges to the user, because if you give entire privilege to the user, that even he can install the application, he can delete the application, he can enable the USB, he can enable the sharing services, he can enable the RDP services. So in that case, your system, even with a lot of protection, they got hampered. So always limit user privileges and accesses. XDR is extended detection response. EDR is endpoint detection response. It is a type of antivirus. Okay, so this is a type of antivirus that we are using as a XDR EDR. Train employees on phishing and cybersecurity awareness. Always train your employees for the phishing and cybersecurity awareness. Also, nowadays some phishing simulations are available. There are some phishing simulations are available that can be done by various organizations nowadays. So they just send some particular sentiment related mails to your users, and based on that, your user is going to respond in it. Okay, so this is a very excellent thing that you can train your employees on phishing and cybersecurity awareness. Use email filtering and anti-spam solutions, because most of the times the malware is coming through the phishing, like 40% of the time we have already seen that. And the most probable, they are using some email messages, or making you convinced to click on some links which can redirect you to download some payload or run some script, or changing some of the registry values. So in that case, use email filtering is an excellent option. Then the important part is segment networks to limit ransomware spread. Always do the network segmentation. In the previous sessions, we have talked
Sir,
about the.
sir, one question here. Sir, one question here.
Mhm.
When you are talking about email filtering, you are talking about the email of the organization, its own email system, or Gmail, Yahoo, or any other system. I mean, is email filtering is applicable to the other like the public emails like Gmail, Yahoo, or something?
See, here email filtering means you are filtering your inboxes using some of the solutions. Okay, so maybe if you are working for any organization as a security analyst, and you are into a responsibility to safeguard the email server, the email services. So you put some filtering solutions that I am restricting the emails coming from the server from a particular country, or I am restricting the emails which are coming from some of the already detected C2 IPs. Okay. So in this way, you can use the email filtering. You are filtering your own email services.
Yeah, I got it, sir. But the people who are using my organization has its own simultaneous people are using any other mails in the same PC. No, so from sir, what I say is, when an organization has its own email system, email filtering is possible. But at the same time, when the people are using email, Gmail, Yahoo, like general email services, along with your organizational email, how can this be filtered? Gmail, Yahoo, this thing, how can this be filtered? Because people are opening Gmail, Yahoo also in the same PC, no? So I have to restrict that. Yes, sir. Yes.
And the last is something network segmentation. So network segmentation, as we have already
सर
discussed,
सर प्रशांत प्रशांत सर
yes,
एक हेलो एक एक क्वेश्चन था क्या से एक मेरा पर्टिकुलर ईमेल है मान लीजिए जीमेल का तो उसमें इन दैट ईमेल ओनली email filtering is possible only my email is there so in my inbox and my spam and my that send box whether it is possible in only one email ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में तो ठीक है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में समझ है मैं समझ आ रहा है बट जैसे पर्सनल सिंगल यूजर का ईमेल है तो उसमें मैं मुझे चाहिए कि मुझे जैसे कुछ जैसे स्पैम में ऑटोमेटिक स्पैम में कुछ स्पैम में ऑटोमेटिकली चला जाता है ना उस टाइप का कुछ फिल्टरिंग अरेंज है क्या कुछ ईमेल फिल्टरिंग प्रोसेस में सिंगल यस सर 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 प्लीज सर
to ensure the email security, there is a one more chance that you can put some XDR or EDR solutions. These XDR and EDR
ओके
solutions have their inbuilt email security. Okay, so they are basically monitoring your SMTP traffic. But SMTP traffic will work only if you use a client. Like if you use MS Outlook, then only these softwares and tools will work. On the web-based tools, on the web-based emails, these tools will not work. So to
ठीक है
ensure the email security onto your endpoint machine, you have to install some, maybe it's a MS Outlook, or you can use Thunderbird, which is open source, because MS Outlook is a paid version and Outlook and this Thunderbird is a free version. Okay, but this SMTP services should be configured because the EDR or XDR, any type of antivirus solution which is trying to access and resolve your security issues with your endpoint, with your email connection, then it's very required to scan the data, scan the emails. So without scanning the emails, one solution, how can he judge is it right or wrong? So this is very important.
ओके ठीक गॉट इट
So we are talking about segment network to limit ransomware spread. So segmentation of network is very much important. The genuine thing, who is asking, how can we asking? Maybe it's their different meet in Google Meet or Zoom Live. Whereby you can ask your questions. The genuine thing. See, implementing network monitoring and anomaly detection is a very important issue because these things can be implemented when actually the malware files or some malicious content is landing onto your system. So particularly these XDR EDR solutions can be used. So what are the major ransomware events in the energy sector or particular into the CII sector? Okay. So like you must be hearing about this colonial pipeline attack. This is a very popular attack and a lot of uh, people got impacted due to this. What this particular event has done, Darkside ransomware is the name of the ransomware, which is actually shut down the largest fuel pipeline in the US, causing fuel shortage in the major economic impact. So in the winters, the gas is a very important fuel for the entire US. So in particularly in 2021, the DarkSide ransomware encrypted some of the systems of the Colonial pipeline, and it has impacted a severe shortfall of fuel at that particular time, and it take around 7 to 8 days for recovering the system. Energia da Portugal 2022. some Ragnar Locker ransomware demands around $10 million from one of the Portugal largest energy companies. Annual Group 2022 to 20 faced from the Snake ransomware targeted the Italian energy giant demanding a 14 million ransom. CWT Global, the ransomware attack on the travel services company with a significant footprint in the energy sector attack for 4.5 million. So these are the some important ransomware attacks recently into the AIMS, like 1 year before AIMS ransomware attack is there. So a lot of ransomware attacks we have faced in the previous few years. Locker Goga ransomware, it's very famous in 2019, caused severe disruption in production of the Norwegian aluminum and RE companies. So in this way, you can see that these issues are there. Mr. Nabin Chaudhary, the session will be of 1 more hour up to 8. So these are the major ransomwares that we have talked about. So if you have any questions up to this, definitely we would like to have these questions.
Sir, one question, sir. Hello. Sir, in the data backup policy, you said that there is a 3-2-1 backup. No, sir. Sir, is it any standard or somewhere guidelines or or is it a thumb rule? Okay. Sir, one more, sir. For the data in REST, when writing into your cloud solution, you said that it's better to keep a encrypted one. Are there any solutions you're following, sir? For encrypting, sir. Any open source, free type solutions are there. One more thing is you need to manage the key also, no, sir. How are you using? Okay. Okay.
If you talk
Sir,
about, yeah, please.
How do you manage the keys then, sir? Secret keys you should manage, right? Okay. Manually, you're physically managing them. Keys, do you have separate disk and solutions somewhere else? And sir, and one more question, sir. You said about the phishing simulation service, right? Training about. Have you ever used any such service, sir? Is it a paid one, or a open source thing? Which, sir, can you name that company? Is it possible? Okay, sir. Sir, any open source solutions are there, sir, for that one phishing simulation? Can we do it? Okay. Okay, sir.
Sir, I have some query on EDR. Hello. Sir, may I? I have some query. Sir, you were discussing about EDR. Now I have an issue. Say I have a I have a real time scenario. Say I have an office which is 300 kilometers away from my data center, and now this office has 25 PCs or 25 terminals. Now I have a EDR solution, and now the agent is placed in each and every PC or each and every terminal. Now anyone can what anyone can do is anyone can format that system. So what happens is that agent goes out of it. So the PC goes out of my track. Now, is there any EDR solution or is there any characteristic of any EDR which can identify that particular system with the MAC? Now, whenever it connects to my network, maybe he has changed his IP, but he will not be able to change his MAC. So is there any EDR solution which can identify that particular PC with the help of MAC, and it pushes the agent again? This is the EDR solution you are talking about, sir? Oh, Cisco is also having EDR XDR solutions, sir. Cisco Sophos. Oh, okay. Sir, can I connect you after the session to have some clarity? Okay, okay. Sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we'll be talking a little bit about malware analysis, and if you still have any questions into the previous sessions, you can connect me afterwards through email or
हेलो
something.
सर, लोकर गोया के बारे में थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करिए ना सर, ये कैसा काम करता है? लोकर गोया अभी रैंसम वेयर है लास्ट। लोकर गोया रैंसम वेयर। हाँ, अच्छा अच्छा, सबका तरीका रहेगा ये, फिर नाम डिफरेंट ऐसे कुछ तो डिफरेंट होगा सर इसमें। अच्छा अच्छा, ओके सर, ओके, आई गॉट इट। थैंक यू सर।
So let's start with the malware analysis. Like this is a very introductory session to the malware analysis. We are not going to diving deep into the malware analysis today. But we are taking some of the important things related to the malware analysis. So we are learning malware and its analysis the right way. So what we will be covering in this particular course, we will be covering like introduction to the malware analysis, setting up of our environment, some static analysis part we will be doing, introduction to assembly language and code analysis, dynamic analysis, and behavior analysis. There is one disclaimer that I want to put here, that the instructor has no responsibility if you lost your data during the malware analysis. Okay, I'm not responsible if you are doing the malware analysis and you lost your data. So this is a disclaimer before starting to this course. Before starting to this course, I would like to have your attention on this particular picture, that is the generations of malware. Okay, so this is the generations of malware. So generation one, we talk about like in late 1980s, where virus attacks on standalone PCs affected all businesses and drove antivirus products. So basically, in the generation one, initially in the 1980s, there is a small request. Don't put your associate membership here into the chat box. Don't write present. If you have some valid questions, then only type. Otherwise, we are not going to respond to you. And if you are not following the guidelines, no sessions will be conducted in future. You are kindly requested to focus on the sessions. Do not join the session if you are more interested into the presence. Okay, if you are looking for the attendance link, it will be shared at the end of the session. Okay, so I kindly request you please focus on the topic that we are teaching. Don't distract us again and again. Just a small request. Okay, so in the generation wheel, we have talked about some of the virus attacks. So if you remember earlier in the initial 1990s, a lot of viruses is being developed, and basically they are developed to destroy the data. Okay, to destroy the data into the standalone PCs is basically the main target in the generation one malwares. In generation two, it is focusing on the networks. So in mid 90s, attacks from the internet affected all businesses and drove creation of the firewalls. So in the mid 90s, we have seen that some firewall products are coming. When we talk about the firewalls, there is a type of firewall that is a stateless firewall. In the previous sessions, we have talked about the stateless firewall and stateful firewall. So stateless firewall is the initial versions of the firewall, and after that, we have evolved with the stateful firewall. So the malwares have started uh, attacking the standalone PCs. Then they are trying to propagate into the networks, and after that, they have tried to evade the applications in the generation three. So in early 2000s, exploiting vulnerabilities in applications affected most businesses and drove IDS and IPS into the system. So in the early point of time in 1980s, antivirus products have came. In 1990s, firewall products have came. In early 2000, IPS products have came, and after this generation 4, the payloads are started growing, and approx in 2020-10, rise of targeted, unknown, evasive, polymorphic attacks affected most businesses and drove antibiotic sandboxing solutions. So in generation 4, sandboxing solution and antibot solutions are evolved, and currently we are in generation 5 malware, where large-scale multi-vector mega attacks using advanced attack tools and is driving advanced threat prevention solutions. And now we have some anti-APT solutions, we have some anti-DDoS solutions, we have XDRs, we have EDRs, we have now a lot of honeypots we have. So in generation 5, these are the new devices which have been evolved. Why I have put down this slide intentionally? Mr. Pranay Kumar Yadav, Mr. Deepak, why you are putting your membership IDs? I'm saying you again and again. Do not put your membership ID here. If you are not able to understand what I am saying, I will be closing the class immediately if another one person has entered his membership ID here. Immediately I will close the session. It's just a warning to everyone. So these are the generations that we have seen. I don't think we are able to continue the session. Mr. Mahesh Ware, we are closing the session. Now you have deleted Mr. Mahesh. So now we will talk like what is a malware. So now we have disabled the live chat because you people are not following the guidelines. So we are forced to disable the chat. Okay. Okay. So now we will see like what is the malware. So what is malware? So malware is an executable or a binary that is malicious in nature. a file or code typically delivered over a network that in fact explores, steals, or conduct virtually any behavior on attacker wants. So malware is something which might steal your data, which might destroy your data, and which might exfiltrate your data. Okay, so exfiltration of data is a chance, stealing of data, destroying of data, deletion of data. So these are the chance that a malware can do. So malware is used for attackers to perform a variety of malicious acts like spying on target through RATs and keyloggers. So RATs is remote access Trojan. So these Trojans are creating a reverse shell with the C2 IP and making your system accessible through the remote locations. Then we have keyloggers. So what are keyloggers? So keyloggers are something which can help you out in which can basically helping the attacker to steal your keystrokes. So this is like a very important part into the keyloggers. Then we have the data exfiltration malwares. We have some data exfiltration malwares. So what is data exfiltration malwares? Which are sending your data to the outside world. So what can be the way? It can be using FTP, it can use SMTP, it can be using some DNS queries to exfiltrate the data. So in this way, you can see that these data are transferred using the malware. So these are the type of malwares basically which are typed, and some malwares are focused for data encryption and description like ransomware, which we have talked just now. Okay, so these are the type of malwares that we are seeing. So let us talk about different type of malwares. I think this is a generic slide, and most of the type we have already covered into the previous session. But just to make you introduce one more time, so ransomware, which basically blackmails you to give you so that you can give money. We have spyware, which can steal your data. We have adware that spams you with ads. We have worms that can spread across the networks or spread across computers. Trojans are basically the illegitimate software which are showing himself as a legitimate. Then we have botnets, which can turn your PC into the zombies. So botnets are something uh, very risky because even the small devices which are connected to the internet, maybe your Alexa or maybe some of your CCTV. So these type of malwares are usually into the um, internet side, and we have to protect against them. So what are the type of malwares? There are usually Trojans, rats, ransomwares, and droppers. So we will be reading and understanding each and every type, because if you want to analyze the malware, you have to understand the malware, that why this malware is designed. So malware refers to any binary or executable that is malicious. However, malware is sorted in the further denomination based on this functionality. Here are the various type of malware. See, Trojans, type of malware that disguise itself as a legitimate program for social engineering purpose. It can destroy and exfiltrate data. So basically, Trojan means which is looking legitimate, but actually it is not. So what is the basic definition? That Trojan is looking as a very legitimate part, but actually it is not. Remote access Trojan, that it is can take a reverse shell. Ransomware is something that can encrypt your data, and dropper is something type of malware whose purpose is to download or drop additional malwares. So these are the basic type of malwares we have. Now the important part is that what is malware analysis. So malware analysis means when we are getting a sample of a malware. See, to understand this, to start with the malware analysis, we must have a sample of malware. Okay, so we must having a sample of malware. If we are not having a sample of malware, we cannot do a malware analysis. So malware analysis is a process of analyzing a malware sample or binary and extracting as much information as possible from it. The information we extract help us understand the scope of the functionality of the malware, how the system was infected. So if you have a malware sample, then you can do two type of malware analysis on it. One is a static malware analysis and one is a dynamic malware analysis. In the static analysis, you are not basically executing the program. You are trying to find out the artifacts of that particular malware. So what are the artifacts? The artifacts can be what is the version, what is the hash value of that malware, if is it the malware packed, if it is packed, what type of packing the malware is this, is it obfuscated. So these are the points we are using into the static analysis. Whenever we talk about the dynamic analysis, there are something very different. You need to run that malware, and for running that malware you need to have a virtual machines. Okay, so because in your host machine, if you are running the malware, then there is a chance that it may impact your live data. So system was infected with the malware and how to defend against these similar attacks. So if you are analyzing the data, and probably you are end up in finding some of the C2 IPs, and these C2 IPs are something with the malware is trying to connect upon. Okay, so this malware analysis which help you out to find out lot of artifacts related to the malware, so you can defend your systems. What are the objectives of malware analysis? To understand the type of malware and the entire scope of what it can do functionality. Is it a keylogger, rat, or ransomware? So by doing the malware analysis, you are able to find out that the sample that you have identified is basically a keylogger, remote access Trojan, or ransomware. How the system was infected with the malware, is the targeted attack or a phishing attack. Once you are doing the malware analysis, you are able to answer these questions. It's a targeted attack or a phishing attack because the way the malware is spreading into your system will tell you the points related to the spread of malware. How it communications with the attacker means how it is trying to send signals and receive signals from the attacker. What is the type of protocol it is using? Maybe it is using SMTP, maybe it is using DNS or HTTPS or any type of communication channel the malware writer may be established while writing the malware. To exfiltrate useful indicators like registry entries, keys, and file names for the purpose generating signatures that can be used to detect future detections. So, sometime the malware is run, and during the running of that malware, lot of registry values are being changed. Lot of new processes is being added to your startup run program. So all these things will be managed in this and checked in this particular malware analysis. So what are the type of malware analysis? First is a static analysis, then we have a dynamic analysis, then we have a code analysis, and then we have a behavioral analysis. So these are the four type of malware analysis that we are going to study today. We are practically seeing today some part of static analysis and some part of dynamic analysis we are also going to see today. So static analysis is the process of analyzing malware without executing. Okay. So what is the basic difference between static and dynamic is that execution. So if you are executing a malware, it means you are doing a dynamic analysis. If you want to know about the malware without executing it, it is a basically static analysis. So the objective is to extract as much metadata from the malware as possible, we are going to use these tools, strings and PE headers. Then in the dynamic analysis is a process of executing malwares and analyzing its functionality and behavior. The objective is to understand exactly like how what the malware doing during the execution. This is done in a debugger. Okay, so maybe you are using some virtual machines, or maybe you are using some host, which is basically you are not using as your regular host machine. Okay, so in this way, you can start with your malware analysis. Also, some of the VMs are there, like player VM is there. I'm just writing out. I'm not going to teach you today about all this, but for the knowledge, you can write player VM is there, and Remnux is there. Remnux via virtual machine. So these two tools are very much useful for the dynamic analysis, and some of the tools we will be going to study in the upcoming sessions about the dynamic analysis. Then we have a code analysis. So code analysis is a process of analyzing reverse engineering. So reverse engineering is something when you are trying to build the code from the original executable. Okay, so the tool used for this particular is Gidra. Okay, so Gidra is a tool which you can which will help you out in converting your entire application into the assembly level code. Okay, it is converting your program into the assembly level code where you can see like mov command, jnj command. Okay, so then you have to study this assembly level code to find out that what is the exact motive and what is the exact way of this particular code. Then we have something called as behavioral analysis. In the behavioral analysis, it's the process of analyzing and monitoring the malware after execution. It involves monitoring the process registry entries and also to network monitoring to determine the workings of the malware. Okay. Sometimes definitely VM and sandbox are not totally same. VM are designed in for a separate purpose, and sandboxes are designed for the separate purpose. But sandboxes usually are paid services because, and it is always recommended to even run your sandbox into a VM. So it's any person's wish that you want to use a VM or a sandbox. So what are the security guidelines? You can say it as a disclaimer. Keep your hypervisor updated. Hypervisor means your VM. When executing malware, ensure your network is set to host only. Usually, when you connecting your virtual machine, the virtual machine is connected through the network. Okay, but always put into your host only network. Otherwise, the infection, if is it a worm, if is it a ransomware, so it might transfer to your host machine. Okay, so it's a very important part. Do not plug any USB devices into the VM. Okay, make sure you download compressed and password protected samples to avoid accidental execution. Okay, so where you will going to download? There is a website, malwarebazaar.com. There is a website, malwarebazaar.com. You can download malwares from here. Always take snapshots. Snapshot means snapshots of your VM before executing the malware and after executing the malware, so that you can compare it. Do not store any valuable data on your analysis VM. So if you are using VM for analysis, do not put your some important data, and never open your some Gmail or some social media from this particular VM on which you are running your virtual machine, this malware. Because if that malware is designed for the credential theft, then you might be the victim. Disable share folders before executing any analysis. So there is a question from Francisco. Have a question about malicious executable like exe or .com named virus by Kaspersky, McAfee, Symantec. What kind of malware is in this classification? It is only decided after the analysis, Mr. Francisco. Is it clear, Francisco? Okay, let's go ahead. So let's start with this particular topic, that is a static analysis. Static analysis is the process of analyzing malware binary without executing it. The objective is to extract useful information from the malware. This will help us get an idea of the type of malware, what the malware can do, what are the capabilities of the malware, how these malware can be helpful for the generating the threat intels. So if you are doing malware analysis, so you can find out lot of new malwares daily, and once you are able to find out lot of new malwares, you can able to generate lot of new threat intels. Let us suppose there is a website malwarebazaar.com. Let's Google it. So you can see there is a option malware bazaar database. It will just check your browser first. You have to prove that you are a human. Okay, so if you are able to see that lot of malwares are available for download. And there is an option for download. Download this sample. When you click on this, it is basically downloading the sample, and it is also showing its SHA values. Okay, so if I download this particular malware, the malware is zip protected with the password infected. So usually infected is the password for the malwares, and if I just put down the command download, it will download this particular malware into my system. Okay, so now there is a malware into my system, and if I run this malware into my host machine, that there may be a chance that anything can happen. Okay, so it's not recommended to even download into the host machine. The other part for the static malware analysis is using a website virus total. There is a website called virustotal.com, and we will be using this particularly for the purpose of static analysis. It is basically a repository where a lot of threat intel companies are pushing their threat intels so that people got benefited. So this is about static analysis. So let us talk about the static analysis in a little more detail. Venkat is asking, sir, how should we know if the malware is present in our PC and all malwares harmful only on or useful also? Venkat, there is a simple answer. There is no malware which is useful for you. Okay. And secondly, for identification of malware, you can use some antivirus solution. Okay, so static flow analysis, like how we will approach a sample. Okay, so in static flow analysis, the first step is to identify the file type. See, whenever we saying identifying the file type, so if the file is in the exe form, so it is for Windows. If it is from APK form, maybe so probably it is focusing for the Android-based application. Okay, and if it is some other executable, then maybe it is having some another extension. So in this way, you can see that and file extension will also help you in finding out the type of malware. Like there is a file .elf file which is executable and linking format. ELF full form is executable and linking format. It is the executable file of Linux. So identify the file type is very important. It will help you in targeting the OS that in which OS you should run. Because if you are analyzing a dynamic file, if you are doing the dynamic analysis, and if you are trying to run a ELF file into a Windows system, then there is no use because it is targeted for the particularly for the Linux systems. So in that case, it's very important to find out the OS, target OS, and then we have something called as architecture, because like you are using some x86 like 32-bit or x64 64-bit architecture, and what is the format, like it is a DLL or EXE, or maybe it is MSI, or maybe it's from ELF. So these things are very much important. Second important part is identifying the malware. So identifying a malware has certain steps, including generating the hash for the malware. Hash is nothing but the unique value of this of that file. You can call it as a signature of that particular file. Hash can be of multiple uh, algorithms. Maybe it's a MD5, maybe it's a SHA-1, maybe it's a SHA-256. So there are a lot of executable algorithms are there. This will give the malware a unique identifier. Using the hash to see anyone else analyze the file. Okay, so in virus total, this is the main strategy we are using the hash to see if anyone else has analyzed the malware. So if anyone else has analyzed the malware, he has uploaded some of the details into the virus total. Venkat, we are not doing the digital forensics here. We are doing malware analysis. So please limit your questions to this topic. Dump it using for memory dump is for the DFIR. It is not related here. Okay. So this is the point. Then we have something called as strings. Strings give us the idea, glimpses of what the malware can do. See, there is a very important part about the hash. Okay, let me tell you this particularly point. If we talk about the malware industry, okay, in malware industry, how the attacker is pushing his malwares through the phishing or simulation or some emails. Basically, malware is being attached to the PDFs or executables or something. So there is just a, statistics that minimum 10 lakhs or some 50 lakhs amount of same malware should be sent. So usually what is happening, this malware writer, MR, is creating a malware and giving this malware to the supply chain. So probably if you are using some free browsers and or you are downloading some free tools, I'm not stating any specific browsers or any specific tool name, but there is a probable chance that these free softwares might be attached with some malware. Okay, so these free tools might be attached with these malwares. So basically, malware writers are giving their malwares to these supply chains, and these supply chains are pushing the malware to the entire internet through the email or through some phishing attacks. So making small changes will definitely change the hash value, and it will increase the basically it will decrease the detection chance of that malware into the industry, but actually it is not possible. Why it is not possible? Because the supply chain is so created that frequently changing the small values into the malware will impact the supply chain. The entire supply chain of the malware is impacted, and at the end of the day, the malware is not going to execute or replicate it in the way it has been decided. Second point that we are talked about the strings. So there are a lot of human readable strings that are available into the malware. So whenever we are doing the static analysis, we find some strings which can help us out to find out some domains, or some IPs are also available in the form of strings, and sometime writer's name who has write down this malware. Because if you have attended some of the CTFs, capture the flag events, you have seen that a lot of malware detection tasks are given in which these IPs and domain details should be extracted using the strings. The fourth point is packing and obfuscation. Packing and obfuscation means that you are preventing the detection. Okay, so let us suppose there is a malware, okay, which is trying to access the kernel, but I have obfuscated into a different shell. And if some malware reader or malware analyzer is reading this particular file, he is able to see the outer shell only. He is not able to see the inner targets. Okay, so this process is called obfuscation and packing to hide the malware by showing the unnecessary information about the real malware. Then the fifth part is PE headers. So the PE headers reveals a lot of information on the malware functionality that we will see ahead. So identifying the file types, we have already done. Identify the file types is extremely important as it will help us identify the target OS and corresponding architecture. See, in any executable file, if you convert into the hexadecimal, it always start with 4D5A. Okay, so this is the hexadecimal value of the terms MZ. MZ is executable. Okay, so it is also written here. The file signature for the P files are represented by the hexadecimal value of 4D and 5A in the first 2 bytes. So P programs also have the notice this program cannot be run in DOS mode, which will make you understand that it is a executable Windows executable program. So attackers may use archiving packaging to evade signature-based identification. We will cover this in the packaging section. So whenever we are studying the packaging section, we will try to do that. Yeah, just hold for a minute. Let me start my VM so that I can show you this particular thing in a practical way. Please wait for 2-3 minutes. So now you can see that I have started my VM, and the most important part is that how you are connecting your VM. So first of all, go to the manage and go to the virtual machine settings. Okay. In this virtual machine settings, if you go to the network adapter, so now you can see that I have started my VM. And, okay, so this particularly system is connected to the net network. Okay, so net network is not the recommended way. So always connect to the host only network, because in the net network it is using the host IP address. Okay, so basically it is extending my laptop's IP address, but because there is a risk of accidental execution of the malware, because currently we will going to demonstrate a WannaCry ransomware. That's why I am converting into the host only. So currently host only, a private network shared with the host. Okay, so I'm just making this host network. So first of all, this small setting need to be done. Second point is that this is the folder I have just curated for all you guys, and this folder is containing all the softwares which is used for the malware analysis. Okay, and there is a malware sample. Okay, so if you see, there is a folder WannaCry, and in this WannaCry, I'm having this particular sample. One ransomware.WannaCry. It is a real WannaCry malware. If I execute currently this particular WannaCry ransomware, then it will make my entire system inaccessible because of the ransomware, because this is a live ransomware. So please take care of this very well whenever you are taking. So as we have seen, we are going to study this particular part, which is the 4D 5A. We want to see the hexadecimal value of the entire file. So what is the tool? There is a tool HXD. Okay, so there is a tool HXD which is converting your executable into the binary. Okay, so I have started my HXD. Now I will try to import that particular malware into it. Okay, so I'm importing that malware. So my malware is located here. So I'm going to select on open. So whenever I import the malware, you can see the entire malware is displayed into the form of hexadecimal. Okay, so the entire malware is converted into the hexadecimal. Now, if you see these first two characters, okay, so if you see these first two characters, see there is a issue of visibility because the things are very small, but I'm really helpless because this is the maximum resolution my machine is giving. Even if I'm clicking on the full screen, then also this is the issue that I'm facing. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so you can see this 4D5 is written. It means the value is MZ. So if this MZ is written in the first character, it means this is a Windows executable. Also, it is always written this program cannot be run in DOS mode. It means that the program is designed for the GUI version. Okay, so these two small things will make you understand that what is the type of the particular program. Okay. Secondly, if you go to this particular file in a downwards, you will see some of the data written. Okay, you will see here some of the data written. Currently, I am working on an application HXD. The application name is HXD, and I am analyzing ransomware, or which as the name is WannaCry ransomware. So basically, what we are doing, we are finding that what are the details which are available. So if you can see, these are the strings. If you remember, when I am talking to you about these strings, see, here, I am talking you about the strings. So strings give us an idea, glimpses of what the malware can do. Okay, so these are the strings that is practically visible into the malware. Okay, so these are the strings. Okay, so currently maybe these strings are not human readable, but there is a one more tool that is we called as a PE Studio. Okay, so there is a tool PE Studio, and using that PE Studio, we can find out the strings out of this particular malware. So let us try to execute this malware using the PE Studio. Okay, let me run in that. PE Studio is a wonderful utility, and one more thing I want to tell you here that lot of tools are available on the internet with the same name, PE Studio, but actually these tools are malwares. Okay, because they know that somebody is trying to download the PE Studio, so they are trying to upload their malwares on the name of PE Studio. So always remember that these issue might happen. There is a question from Francisco. I have another question about ransomware. To decrypt a disk that was the encrypted from ransomware, do you recommend any software or method? Mr. Neto, there is no software for it. Usually, we need to have the decryption key, which you can find online, or you can request from the attacker only. These are the two ways. So the P Studio is running. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to drag and drop the malware into it. Okay. So I'm going to drag and drop the malware into it. It will take a little bit, around a 3 minute or something. Also, this particular tool required internet sometime to get a lot of details. See, a lot of things, wait is written, so we have to wait for a while because it is basically analyzing the file. So what are the details which are available in this particular PE Studio is like what are the hash values, and what is the first byte character MZ, which is representing the executable, what is the file size, what is the signature, means what is the compiler version, which tool created this, it is the executable, it is a 64-bit or 2032-bit that is visible, what is the subsystem GUI or CLI, okay, what is the file version, and what is the date on which the compiler has compiled it. So this file is compiled in 2020, okay, and what is the version if this thing is available. So you can see lot of details can be visible if you particularly go to this files. Lot of it will take a little bit time, something around 10 to 12 minutes is usually done. So this is a basic introduction towards the static analysis, and I request you all to please do this practice, and we will do some more session afterwards. But till now, please do the practice, and you all are requested now to put your names and your associate membership ID into the chat box so that your attendance can be marked. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for your time and patience. I request you all to please put down your name and your associate membership ID for the purpose of attendance. Thank you.